Madam Clerk, I believe we have a quorum.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: liability claims, Terry Ellis, Everett Fervell, Geico / Cortez, in conference with labor negotiators, agency representative Jacqueline Gross and Sharon Taylor, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 Mid-Level Management Unit and Executive Management Unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Malati Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's one case. And under conference with real property negotiator, there are two cases: property South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiator include Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Mayor Flores Community Devco LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. The next case includes property located at 12th and McDonald. Agency negotiators Dave Alshire, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, SAA EVI Richmond Partners LLC. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Do you have any public speakers?
We do not have any requests to address the council. And just for the record, Councilmember Bates, can you please state if you're present or absent?
Oh, here.
Okay, and Councilmember Willis. Are you present?
You're muted, Melvin.
I'll speak for him. He's here.
Councilmember Willis, can you hear us? Okay, and Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
I don't see.
Okay, last call for public comment.
We still do not have any requests to address the council.
We are adjourned to closed session.
Hey, Richard, this is Craig checking in, making sure you can hear me.
I hear you.
All right, thanks much.
Okay.
Testing, texting, Joe Leach.
This is Winifred Day, Arts and Culture, Economic Development.
John said he's bringing the food. Yeah. No. He told me he's gonna bring. Oh, okay. And he does that all.
Hey,
Rich-
Jeff Winterford, I can hear
I
you.
thought he-
ACRT, your mic
When I
is,
went over.
ACRT, your mic is open, just FYI.
Oh, you got Johnny.
Richard, do I need to put my name here or is Economic Development okay?
You can put your name.
Do I have to? Okay. Thank you.
JC, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
All right, cool. I'm gonna put you on mute. The council's still in closed session.
All right.
You have no clue when they're coming back, so hang tight.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates, Commissioner Bates,
Present, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin. Here. Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Chair Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest? Don't see any. The next item is a report from the executive director.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you upload the presentation, please? Next slide, please. Good evening, commissioners. Just like to give you an update for the Richmond Housing Authority. The Housing Authority of Contra Costa has extended the project-based voucher waiting list opening until September 29th of this year. And they are also starting the application process for Hacienda Heights for the lease up in October. EAH, in collaboration with the Housing Authority, has initiated resident and community engagement. We've had a number of meetings as well as inspections on the property, and we plan to have another resident meeting on September 22nd. After that, there'll be individual resident meetings with the relocation consultant, and we will start the process for relocating on the premises for the Nevin residents for the rehab. Next slide, please. Wanted to give you a Farce agreement update. As you know, we've been in a Farce agreement with HUD since February 2013. Richmond Housing Authority and city staff have been working with the HUD representatives, and we meet every 2 weeks. The performance measures in the 29 FARs, which is the latest FARs agreement, is designed to improve the Housing Authority's financial position, includes increase the performance ratings and ensure ongoing sustainability. Next slide, please. So these are the updates for the individual tasks that are outlined in the Farce. As you see with Hacienda, we've completed most of the tasks on the Farce agreement. And the last task on the Hacienda project is to have HUD acceptance of a Section 18 disposition application for the remaining parcel. There's an RFP being developed and we hope to release it at the end of this month or next month. Thank you. Can you please move forward, please? With regard to the administration building, we were successful in transferring the property to the city of Richmond. Next slide. With Nevin, we completed an RFP. We have selected a developer partner, EAH. We were pleased to get awarded $41 million in construction bond allocation. And as I said earlier, there's been plenty of resident engagement and we're moving along and we hope to start construction in December of this year. Next slide, please. With regard to the tasks associated with Nystrom. So we issued an RFP in 2020. We have just finalized the terms with the developer and we are presenting an exclusive rights to negotiate agreement this evening on a consent calendar. We haven't started the application for the Section 18 disposition, but we will begin soon in the next couple of weeks. And the last task, we haven't started the closing and conveyance of the property and construction. Next slide. With regard to Richmond Village, we plan to convert to the rental assistance demonstration program. And that has a lot of tasks involved with that. The exit of the investor limited partner, complete and negotiate terms with McCormick Barron. And we are happy to report that we have come to a memorandum of understanding and it is also on our consent calendar this evening. Next slide, please. Once we move forward, we will be submitting the SAC application for Richmond 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. And we hope to receive tenant protection vouchers and transfer that property to project-based program as well. Next slide. Other items that are on the Farce are the submission of the RHA organizational chart, which we have submitted, also to conduct the HCV or the Housing Choice Voucher Closeout Audit, and that is in progress. It can't be done until 2018 audit is completed, but we have submitted certain information to the auditors so they'll be ready to begin. The Central Office Cost Center budget have been submitted to HUD and are under review. We submitted them in June and we're waiting for review and approval from HUD. Next slide. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, Rita Martinez, to go over the financial updates.
Thank you, Nanette. And good evening, commissioners. My name is Rita Martinez, Senior Accountant in the Finance Department. And today I'll be providing you with the RHA financial update. The 2017 audit is completed. However, we do still have it listed here as our consultant is still working on the issues to submit the data to HUD through their portal. The 2018 audit is near completion. The audit has 3 components. There's the basic financial statements, the single audit, and the memorandum of internal controls. So I'll give you a quick status for each one. For the BFS audit, I've reviewed the final draft. I found a discrepancy and I provided one last revision to the auditors last week. For the single audit, we provided a small revision to the language on the management letter before signing, and we're just awaiting their response. And for the MOIC, staff will meet this week to provide final updates and submit to the auditors. Upon the completion of the 18 audit, the remaining open items for 2019 can be reviewed and provided to the auditors if available. As Nanette said, the cost plan for 22-23 was completed and submitted to HUD in June. And last week I sent a follow-up to request approval, update on the approval. Next slide, please. So here I have updates for the recent IRS matters. The W-9 backup withholding tax payment and penalty that was caused for missing W-9s has since been reduced from 9 million now down to 1 million. This came after staff's extensive work in retrieving these files and managing to provide 598 of the missing W-9s to the IRS auditor. This amount can be further reduced by distributing a form to the landlords and receiving it back with their signatures. So staff will be working with the assistance from our consultant to distribute and track this process, as there will be 255 forms to send out. So payment can be held until the results of the returned forms. The 1099 civil penalties are set for a total amount of $823,000, not including interest. This amount is due to mismatch errors between the years of 2010 and 2017, as well as the non-filing and non-furnishing of 2018 and 2019 landlord 1099s. Staff will discuss payment arrangements and request a total payment amount from the IRS local office. At that time, interest will be accrued and payment must be made within 30 days. And that concludes my report. Nanette, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rita, for all your hard work. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Nanette and Rita, Chair Butt, and members of the RHA board. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for all the work that staff have undertaken to continue to revitalize properties owned by the Richmond Housing Authorities and to get the finances in order for RHA dating back to 2010. This is an important endeavor and will enable the city of Richmond to maintain and revitalize 4 developments in our community and add units. And so although this is certainly an expensive proposition, it is much less and a better return on investment compared to the cost of building completely new units, which new affordable housing units now individually, the total cost for new units is between $700,000 and $1 million per unit. So we thank the board and the city council for your support and investment in Richmond public housing. Thank you.
Questions from council members. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like for staff to reemphasize the reduction in the amount owed to HUD and how they were able to work to, let's not eliminate, but reduce it a significant amount. So would you just repeat that? Because I think the public need to hear it and understand the kind of work, exceptional work that the Housing Authority staff have done.
Are you talking about the 9 million down to 1 million?
Yes, right.
That's actually due to IRS, not to HUD. And that was due to the W-9s of the landlords in the 2018 and 2019 years that were not on site and were not able to be provided to the IRS at the time that they requested it. So staff had to go to county's local office to retrieve all of the landlord files and go through and pick out each landlord's W-9, and that's what was able to reduce that amount. The penalty and the tax payment was based on each landlord's income that they received. So the bigger the amount that a landlord was received, then the bigger the reduction in the penalty. So we really did prioritize some of the highest landlord files, and then all the other files that we were able to receive, we were sending them over to the IRS auditor. So it's not due to HUD, it's due to IRS.
And also city staff and RHA staff, Councilmember Bates, so Nanette, Gabino, Lilia, numerous interns from housing, employment and training. We had 10 to 15 people that we worked to commandeer across the city and asked them to go over to RHA. And they worked meticulously until all the documents that they could find were uploaded and scanned. And Rita worked with staff and the consultant to get them uploaded and transmitted to the IRS. And Rita convinced the IRS person to come down from their house in Vacaville to try to obtain the files. And everyone has just been working very diligently. We understand it's very important for our community to improve the city and RHA finances, and we're committed to doing that. Sometimes it feels, I think, overwhelming to staff, and so that's why we wanted to provide this report today, so you can see the significant progress that's being made, and so that you understand that we're on a path to close these things out with HUD pertaining to the Farce agreement, and we'll be issuing a letter to HUD with all of this information this week as well.
All right, job well done. Thank you.
You're muted, Mayor. Mayor, but you're muted.
Sorry, thank you. I was muted. Are there any other questions from council members? If members of the public want to comment on this, they can do so under Housing Authority open forum. So now it's time for agenda review.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Claude. Go
Okay,
ahead,
sorry.
Councilor Jimenez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much. That work of the IRS, it was outstanding. So thank you for doing that. I know that Rita, you talk about the audits and like how you are working on that, how we are making progress. Do you have a sense of timeline for when, like, I know that, like you said, we cannot start the 2020 until we don't finish the 2019, and we are, so can you give us a timeline of when we are going to be with most of the audits done? Because it's really important to get all that finished and move on. Thank you.
Yeah, the time is definitely important. Also, too, we have a contract with the previous auditors, which is Maze. So we are trying to make sure we get everything finished without extending the contract. So I did ask, being that we're close to finalizing 18, I'm hoping this month we'll be done with 18. I did ask if they, could take another month for 2019. However, it is a busy time for them. So they did express that it would be hard to give us an actual date as to when they can be completed with the 2019 audit for us. So, I mean, we've been providing information as it comes along, but we're not getting a set date back from the auditors as they're in a busy season. Sorry, not a definite answer, but I have been in communications with them as far as, our feedback and their response. And, we're at least in communications to wanting to complete this as fast as possible.
Well, thank you so much. Just keep us posted on the days and when you have the timeline, please. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
Just a quick thank you on all the projects you're working on and for the tour that I'm going to have and you've offered to other council members of Hacienda coming up. I'm very, very excited to go on that tour and to see it eventually build up with residents having an affordable home. So thank you.
Thank you as well.
Okay, next item is agenda review. We have 3 items on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to remove any of them? Okay, I don't see that. Now is Housing Authority open forum. Now it's only for these Housing Authority items that are on the consent calendar. Or items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers for Housing Authority open forum.
Okay, next item is Housing Authority consent calendar. Is there a motion?
So
Move
moved.
the approval.
Okay, motion by Bates, second
Second by Willis.
by Willis. Okay, let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez,
Yes.
County Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the Housing Authority meeting is adjourned and we are convening the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see it. Next item is agenda review. Anybody want to make any changes to the agenda? Good. I don't see any. Next item is report from the city attorney. Final decisions made during closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me? Yeah. On the agenda, we had three liability claims, Ellis, Frevella, and Geico Cortez. The items were discussed and the council authorized settlement. The vote on Ellis was 6-0 with Councilmember Willis absent. On Favela, it was unanimous with all council members present. And on Cortez, it was 6-1 with Mayor Butt voting no. So we will proceed to finalize agreements on those. With respect to C2, which was Conference on Labor Negotiations, with regards to those negotiations, direction was given to the city's negotiators for further negotiations with all of the units. With respect to C3, which is the Winehaven litigation matters, Giddyville, and Alliance. We gave a status report on all of those matters, and there was no reportable action taken. Concerning a matter of anticipated litigation in one matter, which concerns Measure U. We gave a status report on the items and the threat, and direction was given to for discussions to proceed. With respect to C5, those two items, which involve the Miraflores real property negotiation and 12th and McDonald. We ran out of time to further discuss those items. They're both continued to the next meeting on the 20th. That's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from the city manager.
Well, this is almost as good as the IRS news, and in some ways better, because we are actually receiving revenue. So the city of Richmond has been awarded over $9.7 million in Building Forward Library Infrastructure grant funds. So our main library is receiving a grant. I'm so ecstatic. It's going to provide needed infrastructure improvements for seismic, HVAC, flooring, electrical, lighting, and many more upgrades. There is a 50% match. And so we will be coming back to you, hopefully at our next meeting on the 20th or October 4th, to provide a recommendation. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the leadership and dedication and work of LaShonda White, Melinda Cervantes, Jane Pratt, Christopher Larson, and the entire team involved with developing and submitting this grant proposal. This is extremely exciting. It's a transformative opportunity. And I'm just so thankful that we have such great dedicated colleagues that work collaboratively with the Richmond community, with the library staff and stakeholders to submit this grant application. And I think it'll be another great addition here at our Civic Center Plaza. In addition, I'm sure we will likely have public speakers this evening. And so I want everyone to know that regarding the subject of the unhoused and homelessness, there's a community forum on Wednesday at 6 p.m. To provide input on the homelessness strategic plan. If you would like to attend, you can contact 510-620-6706. Again, 510-620-6706. In addition, want to remind everyone that booster shots are available for COVID as well as monkeypox in the Richmond Auditorium. So you can go online to the county's website and make appointments. So please know that we're trying to be responsive and provide health services to our community here locally, working collaboratively with Contra Costa County. And so we appreciate the partnership we have there. And want to welcome the City Council back. I know that you did have 2 special meetings during the break, but want to thank you for joining us this evening and kicking off our first official meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Joe Leach, Director of Public Works, KCRT. If you could bring up the slide deck, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And this is in fact, a summary of abatement activities that took place over the course of July and August. We've got 2 months worth of fun, exciting information that staff and community partners have been engaged in. We did have 4 dumpster days over that course of time in the Hilltop area, covering Hilltop Green, Village, Belding Woods, and their respective neighborhood councils. We did have 24 loads removed, and 18 of those were through Republic and 6 through Sims Metal, some of our key community partners. Next slide, please. And then we moved on to this is kind of documenting some of the respective tonnage in the various areas. 16.2 within the Hilltop area, and within Hilltop Green it was 7.3, Hilltop Village 6.9, and then in Belding Woods a little bit over 15 tons. Quite a bit of debris. Next slide, please. During those same times, we did assist 84 seniors and disabled persons, and you have some totals there between 12, 24, 20, and 28 in the respective neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And then into illegal dumping, I have some totals of tires and mattresses and a lot of paint and oil. Over 300 tons were removed over the course of 644 locations. Next slide. Quite a bit of activity in encampment abatement. One of the larger ones that was abated a couple of weeks ago was Targetville, immediately behind Target. Had some outstanding support through the Richmond Police Department and BART and Caltrans on that endeavor, as well as parks and abatement staff. So over the course of the 6 encampments that were abated, nearly 14 tons of debris. Next slide, please. So total tonnage for those 2 months is just over 320 tons. Next slide. And then we embarked on some fennel abatement. We have our fennel eradication team that is in the process of going around town. They started over in the along Perez School area in Richmond Parkway near Hensley. And so you see some of the areas that they've have since taken care of, and they will be continuing to Proceed around town, attacking Fennel, where it's at. Next slide, please. Also engaged in weed abatement, and we did a 1.5 miles of Richmond Parkway. Next slide. And then on to graffiti removal, over 300 tags in nearly 161 locations. Next slide. And you can see some of our key community and business partnerships between Sims Metal and Republic, Richmond Police Department. They were phenomenal in assisting public works staff during the Targetville abatement. So we very much appreciate their efforts in engaging folks and assisting with that effort. I Heart Richmond, as always, an incredible program benefiting the community. And then in a few of the abatements this past period, Caltrans was engaged with us. And with that, as well as CORE, sorry, I don't want to leave out CORE. With that, I'll field any questions you might have.
Any questions from council members?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman Leach.
Thank you, Public Works Director Leach. Mr. Mayor, you know, community service is a significant reason why cities continue to do as well as we've done. And I was listening to like Caltrans, I think Sims Mills and Richmond Sanitation and the police and a few others. I would just suggest that at one point we consider having a luncheon or something. Shouldn't cost that much. Just to say thank you to the many individuals who weekly or monthly, whatever, come forward and contribute to help keeping our city clean. And it might be something that, Mr. Mayor, you want to initiate that would just say thank you. Some of these companies don't have to do it. They could just sit back and do nothing. But the efforts that they do takes a lot of burden off our city staff. And my applaud to Sims and Richmond's Republic Sanitation and CHP and the Caltrans and others. So it's something I think that you may want to consider, the council may want to consider.
Okay, good suggestion. We'll work on it. Any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, thank you. That brings us to open forum for public comment. Madam Clerk, I assume we have speakers. You're muted. Unmute.
Yes, we do. Just want to welcome everyone back to our first meeting in September after council recess and remind the public that open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that are not on the agenda or items that remain on the consent calendar. You may also use this time to comment on reports from the city manager and the Public Works Director's report. Please keep your comments respectful during this live recording. Thank you. And now, Jaswara will call the speakers.
Okay, I have 3 speakers so far, Ben C., Mark Wasper, and Peyton Silkett. Ben C., you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for your time and letting me speak. My name is Benjamin Cardona, and I would like to speak on the emergency temporary moratorium. I currently own a property in the city of Richmond, and I'm unable to move into it because of the moratorium. I feel that the city should at very least change the moratorium to allow owner move-ins because they claim they are preventing homelessness. However, there is a relocation fee paid by the landlord, which I'm willing to do. When the rent board was asked how many occur in a given year, they mentioned less than 20. Something's wrong about not being able to move into it, not allowing landlords to move into their own home. I urge the council to look at the moratorium since California is no longer in a state of emergency. And so the city of Richmond should no longer have the grounds to enforce such an unjust moratorium. Right now I'm facing moving into my truck due to my current living situation. The moratorium stated it's to be placed to prevent homelessness, yet I'm here facing the very thing you're trying to prevent. City Council, I urge you to take a look at the moratorium. It is unjust and favors the tenant over the legal owner of the property. City Manager, I urge you to end the emergency order. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasper. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
This one guy said he made peace in the Middle East, which is a flat out lie. They've been fighting for the last 10,000 years. I said he needs to go make peace between Russia and Ukraine, or make peace between the gangsters here in Richmond. I mean, this is getting to be stupid now. Then he was more concerned about the garbage in the gutters instead of the bodies.
Hey, Mark, no campaigning, okay?
I'm not campaigning.
You're campaigning.
Listen, I'm not campaigning.
I'm gonna ask that you be.
just saying.
I'm gonna ask that you
not
be shut
campaigning.
down. Hey, Madam
And
Clerk,
you know what?
Madam Clerk, let's shut him down.
Okay. Next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I just kind of had a question for Joe Leach. I don't know if that's legal to do, which is, I would like him to explain on it's great what you guys did, and it's going to be so much better on the eyes, but how do you abate? What does it mean when you abate an encampment? Do you just take the trash and leave the people there, and do they help? Or do you take their stuff? Do you take their tents and their belongings? And I just so that I can know what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peyton Silkett. Peyton, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Council. My name is Minister Peyton Silkett. I'm a community organizer with Faith in Action East Bay. I believe I've been able to meet with all of you. Welcome back from recess. I just wanted to speak about specifically what's been going on in Ryden Road and perhaps get an update. But just from the community's perspective, there's been a lot of delays, a lot of miscommunication around transparency with funding and the resources that would be involved. And while it does look like we've been making progress now in the last less than 24 hours with solidifying and approving some plans, those were the people who were already ready to go at the start of August, but the contract didn't get signed until the end of August. And still to this day, no funding has been distributed. So what I think I would like to urge the council to consider, and what the residents would like as well, to account for some of these delays, is to give the residents, the ones that are unable to commit a plan right now, like the ones who are needing additional mental health services or other services from the county, to provide them an extra few weeks to receive those services, those county services, because there are a few at Ryden Road who are going to fall through the cracks if we close it down on September 30th. The ones who have the plans should be able to leave before September 30th, but the ones that are dealing with substance abuse or need the mental health service, they don't have the opportunity to connect with the county. None of those resources have been made available to them yet. So I think we need to consider that. Otherwise, we will have a thing where we abate, and the people who are the most at jeopardy, the ones who really need the most services, are going to be left with nothing. And that is going to be the reality on September 30th or October 1st. I just want to give that update and yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be Councilmember Bates. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Normally, I would make this announcement at the end of the meeting, but frequently our meetings last until past around midnight. I just want to put out a appreciation and a recognition for one of our Commission of Aging chairpersons who will be celebrating her birthday this weekend. I will not diverge the age of her because that's a woman's prerogative to do so. But Ms. Merle Braxton, who is a longtime Richmond resident, the chair of the Commission of Aging, will be celebrating her birthday this weekend. It's a private affair, invitational only. So I just want the council, the mayor, to wish her the very best in her longevity, and thank her for many years of contributing to the city of Richmond in the capacity as a member and chair of the Commission on Agents. So happy birthday, Ms. Braxton. See you on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Myrtle.
Happy birthday, Miss Braxton.
Birthday, Ms. Braxton.
There's no more. Oh, there's one more public speaker. I have Miss Naomi Williams. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Naomi?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Myrtle has suggested that if you have a present for her or a gift for her, to make a check out to GRIP, because she's really fond of GRIP, and GRIP do a lot of work in Richmond. So she just, nobody said that part. So turn the check over to GRIP or bring it to her and she'll take it over there, but make the check out to GRIP. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, and that brings us to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
Move the consent calendar.
Motion
Second.
by Bates, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And the next item is item X1, maintenance and security at Point Melati. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item X1 is to direct the city manager or designee to prepare, execute, and fund a plan to provide effective maintenance and security at Point Melati.
So I put this item on the agenda, and I think everybody understands that under the settlement agreement and judgment, now that the property has passed to upstream in Getyville, that the city retains responsibility for management and maintenance and security. And there are a lot of challenges out there. Currently, security is not complete. I don't really know what the status is. I know that a couple of weeks ago, I went out there and just walked around anywhere I wanted to walk without anybody challenging me or anything else. So I think that security is pretty much non-existent. And I think for an historically valuable property like that, that's a huge problem. Also, the buildings, particularly the residential buildings, are deteriorating badly. Several of them, parts of the roof have fallen in, and the interiors are being destroyed, and same way with the exteriors. And then we have also the city of Richmond, our historic preservation ordinance prohibits demolition by neglect, which is exactly what's happening out there. And we also have a public nuisance and weed abatement ordinance that outlaws a lot of invasive exotic plants that are taking over Point Melati, including French broom, pampas grass, fennel, and even eucalyptus trees. So all this item does, it does not appropriate any money, but it does direct the city manager or designee to prepare, execute, and fund a plan to provide effective maintenance and security at Point Melati, neither of which we have right now. So that's my presentation, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
What kind of cost are we looking at, Mr. Mayor?
Well, the charge is for the city manager to develop a plan and a budget. So
Okay,
we don't have a cost yet.
all right.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes, you said to prepare and fund. So do you have any ballpark figures for what it might cost?
Well, I do. I think appropriate security probably costs about $1 million a year. Appropriate maintenance, I mean, appropriate level of landscape maintenance and that kind of thing. Those contracts have been running about $500,000 to $1 million a year. And that doesn't even touch the deteriorated buildings that are part of the issue. So I don't know, I don't think there's any way we could fund everything it takes. It would be in the tens of millions of dollars, if not more. But I think there's some reasonable level of security and maintenance that we need to provide for.
Mayor, but if you're so inclined, staff did prepare a presentation. Craig was out on vacation during some of the time when you were emailing on the break, but he's been working with Joe to put together a presentation for this evening. So if you're so inclined to hear the presentation from staff, they can provide you with an update.
Okay, so you have the presentation ready to go?
It's ready, Mayor.
Okay, let me take a question from Councilmember Johnson, and then we can go to the presentation. Go ahead.
I was actually unaware that there was a presentation, but I did want to, I'm most definitely amenable to supporting this item. I just wanted to make sure that local hire and local contracting would also be prioritized in this plan. I know we don't know what the plan is going to say, how much the plan is going to cost. I just want to make sure that local contracting and local hires prioritized in this plan.
Okay, let's go to the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm Craig Murray, DPM2 CMO. So I just want to say good evening to Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Martinez, and the City Council. We do have a brief presentation. I want to thank Gabino Arredondo in the City Manager's office. As the City Manager mentioned, while I was out, he was handling some of the staff and under Joe Leach's area to perform some of the abatement requests. While we're waiting for the presentation, I do want to indicate, and many of the council may know this, particularly those that were on my Point Mulati Community Advisory Committee, that the city did receive funding from the Navy and then from the developer of a large tune, initially $3 million and then $1 million a year. So we have had very limited funds to supply towards Point Mulati, and the mayor has presented well the condition there, and I'll actually kind of this name the tune of the lowest number to try to maintain this. As you realize, we do go with the lowest responsible bidder, so we have to work within those parameters. So tonight's presentation is really in response to the maintenance, particularly to the maintenance and security at Point Mulati. Next slide, please. I just want to indicate Joe Leach may present as well. These are images from today. The commander's cottage is in the middle picture. We found that someone had brought up a ladder, access that building with power tools to access the area. This is our caretaker at work, David Batiste, boarding up. This is cottage number 59, right on the corner as you go up towards the commander's cottage. And then someone has graffitied out the garage structures on the north end of the former base. Next. This is images of the city abatement team, and they were working almost every day. And the deposits do happen almost every day. Want to also thank our licensee out there. He has a handyman as well that keeps an eye out and tries to maintain, and also brought together many of the property owners on the Point San Pablo Peninsula to provide a collective effort, at least on the public right away, to see that it's maintained best we can. So next slide, please. There's some more images of what you'd see on a daily dumping, basically household trash. Next slide. And then these are some of the dates that Gabino captured of a response, and your abatement team was City of Richmond in action on Stenmark Road. Next slide. These are, the mayor pointed out some of the fencing and security issues. Obviously, this is passive fencing, but on Stenmark Road, we have had some vehicles go through fencing. Some of just are a dilapidated nature. The city received the base in 2005, and that's quite a bit of time for it not to be reinvested. We've had vehicles that go through fencing. We try to work through our risk management department for trying to go after through police reports and see if we could recover costs that way as well. And then we use our own internal license fees to provide those gates and improvements that are of immediate security and safety nature. Here you could see some of the fencing improvements. Next slide. And just wanted to point out here that there's a larger fencing needs as well as tree removals. If you've been on Stenmark Road, some of the larger pines near the beach park have a yellow X on those, and more recently a red circle from our tree department and the city arborist to identify those that should be removed. And as the city is receiving this property back, those that we should be planning on removals. Next slide. So part of the work, interim work here, was some pothole repair work. We have large retention basins that receive hillside water. Those do leak and also present issues with the base material on Stenmark Road, as well as the hillside roads if you've traveled on the hillside roads. So this is also one of the constant maintenance items just to try to keep safe travel pathways. Point Malati. Next slide. And as for security, the mayor mentioned possible funding sources. So roughly what we've been doing over the years is about 100,000 towards landscaping. And then the second largest cost is security, and that's been running about 250,000 a year. As we did receive it back from the Navy, at one point we were over 500,000 with 2 security guards. We're down to 1 security guard 24/7 on the weekends, and then swing and graveyard shifts during the weekdays. And we're looking at receiving the security contract back from the last developer. And again, Gabino Arredondo and the city manager's office is a draft security contract that I've been working with Gabino and getting that updated, and our new police rep, and making sure that we provide better service. Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
I apologize for interrupting you, but I want to point out that the weekday schedule leaves Point Malati unsecured 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. And as I've found out myself, anybody can go in there and go anywhere, break into any place, vandalize anything. And I think it's absolutely essential that we have not only 24/7 security, but we have effective security. And as I pointed out in my report, I went out there 3 days in a row and found the main gate to the lower area wide open. So we've got a lot of work to do. And if people want to protect the assets there, we're going to have to provide the resources to do it.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as you point out, the unsecured and unoccupied areas, such as the 29 historic cottages, the base of the pier, that we do not have tenant eyes on things, that also helps protect the location, just like when we took over the Richmond Greenway and started to build that out, is once it activated, that helped provide us a sense of security as along with our security providers. So this is important. And what we tried to do to minimize costs was have our caretaker who is there during those days greet people, open gates for those that want to tour. But it's a very large base, 430 acres, 2 submerged parcels, a lot of entry points. And particularly we have a lot of breakthroughs, the northern end of the beach park, which is one of the issues in prime areas, as well as those historic properties that we've talked about. Next slide, please. So our next steps are, as the mayor pointed out, and city manager as well, there's a comprehensive maintenance and monitoring plan. And the security contract that we discussed is moving forward. We'll like to finish that up with the RPD's review. Next, we'll develop and issue a fence and tree removal RFPs through Joe Leach's tree group and city arborist. And then Joe is online. Not sure if Joe wants to talk about the structural stabilization effort and through his department. So I'll leave that last point here to Joe.
Thanks, Craig. This is an item that I know is near and dear to the mayor's heart. We've had some conversations about this. We're working through our staff augmentation consultant to develop either initiate an RFQ or go back to the original consultant who developed some of the previous stabilization documents and studies back in 2008, and then were implemented in 2011, I believe, or 11 or 16 or something like that. So they're extending conversations to the consultant that was engaged in that process. So hopefully we can go simply through a sole source process and execute an agreement with them and bring that before you for appropriation and get started on that process. But really it's starting with resurrecting the assessment process that had been done previously more than 10 years ago, refreshing that, and then giving some options towards implementation and some preliminary budgets.
Thanks, Joe. So that was with WJE, and they did some of the stabilization work, such as the crenulated parapets and building 1, also known as Winehaven, the brick building, and secured some of those that could be susceptible to earthquake. As I understood, there's an earthquake today in Santa Rosa at 4.4. And there's some shoring up of some of the roof areas that were imminently about to collapse. So there was some very basic items addressed, and that's done on an annual basis of the engineering department until those funds also were expired. And mayor and council, that's the end of my report. We're here if you have any questions.
Are there any additional questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
So I just wanted to say that we are in this, and I think, thank you, staff. It seems that staff is taking some steps towards, so it doesn't mean, like, I don't see the point of having this item if staff it seems that staff is already taking some of the measurement. But it's also about that we have a judgment that says that the city should bear all the expenses of maintenance and security of the property. Meanwhile, in this moment, we had to share the revenues with the Giddyville Rancheria of California because the judgment that was approved by the prior city council led by the mayor. So it's just ironic that we are having this conversation about preserving some buildings while there is so much need in the community and so much that we need to be focused on, and instead of just focusing on Point Molari and the buildings there in a way that it just suck the whole time and the whole leadership of the mayor. So I am not willing to support any items to put more money into Point Mulari in this moment when we are like, there is whole things and I am not going towards what is happening. But it seems that the city is doing things, the city staff is doing things, and I don't see why this item was put on the agenda when there is already like the city staff has to kind of like put a presentation here to say, wait a minute, this is what we are doing. So thank you, city staff, for doing this presentation. I think this is really a waste of our time when we need to put more items on the agenda, really look into the pressing issues in our community. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, the way this is being presented, it's almost as if this is a problem that just popped up out of nowhere. It seems that it's been a problem for the past 8 years, if not longer. So my question is, why haven't we addressed this sooner? Why didn't we address this 8 years ago? It really seems like a political move to me. I believe we have more pressing issues that money should be spent on. So I'm just curious why gates are left open. I mean, it doesn't really take that much to close a gate. Anyway.
Well, I'd be happy to answer that. First of all, I've been a critic of security and maintenance at Point Mulari for the last 20 years. And if you don't believe it, you can ask city staff about it. But for the last year or so, there was a presumption that that SunCal would be taking over all this. And in fact, they had already assumed responsibility for both security and maintenance. And so, it looked like there was a transition going on and these items were being taken care of. But of course, as we all know, that's no longer true. And the responsibility has reverted 100% to the city. So I just want to be sure the city fulfills its obligations, not only under the municipal code, but under the amended judgment. Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, one of my colleagues had mentioned that we have to prioritize taking care of people. And that's exactly where my support for this item comes from. I'm not sure if folks have been out there at the same time as I've been out there, but some of the things that I've saw with the lack of security, no type of presence, somebody's going to get seriously hurt. And it's going to be a big problem. And it may even be mortally wounded. But I know folks want to turn this into a Tom versus everybody thing, but this is a serious security issue right now. I'm not talking about protecting buildings. I'm talking about protecting young people. Because go out there this evening and you'll see what I'm talking about. We have to make sure that we're not creating safe havens for certain situations to go down. So I get that everybody got their own little beef that they like to die, that's the hill that they like to die on every now and again. But see past that, take yourself out there this evening or matter of fact, Friday or Saturday evening. I'm not talking about early in the evening. I'm talking about deep in the evening. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And when somebody gets hurt out there, I'm going to bring this conversation back up. And we're going to talk about how it was not important to provide security or some type of safety measures out there. Clearly, there are a lot of things being talked about that people just don't know.
Councilor McLaughlin and then Bates.
Yes, so there is a company that has a couple contracts.
You're muted.
sorry. So there is a company that has a couple of contracts out there on the San Pablo Peninsula. One of the contracts is for Terminal 4, and one of the contracts is for Point Melati, and I think it's storage. I'm not sure what the Point Melati, I think there's some leasing and subleasing being happening at Terminal 4. In terms of the contract at Point Melati, I may be for storage or other things. But I'm wondering, I realize that now that we have accomplished the transfer of the title to Upstream and Giddyville for Point Melati, for the developer, the part of Point Melati that would have been sold had we moved forward with the development, which we rejected due to the breach of contract by them. What I'm wondering is now, apparently, from what I'm hearing, is that the contract that we have with this company at Point Melati is no longer effective because now the landlord is Upstream Giddyville. So a contract would have to happen with Upstream Giddyville, but we still have a contract at Terminal 4. And so I think we could do some negotiations with reopen the Terminal 4 contract and perhaps encourage Upstream Giddyville and this company to come up with a new contract for Point Melati if needed. But what we need to put into one or both of these contracts, I guess the city has control over the Terminal 4 contract, so we could at least perhaps reopen that one and require a bit more on the part of that company. And part of that could be some additional funding for security of the Point Melati area. So I think that's a possibility. So rather than have the city fund the bill when we've given a contract, which I think is a pretty darn good contract for Terminal 4 to this company, we should perhaps start thinking about having some more benefits for the city from it.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bates, but isn't this discussion to talk about creating a plan, not allocating money?
I think,
Mr. Mayor, the man who put it on the agenda.
Oh, wait.
Is this item about allocating money, or is this about creating a plan that may potentially or may not have?
I will call on you, but I want to go now to Councilmember Bates and then we'll come to you, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'll yield for Councilmember Johnson to get his point across, and then I'll make a statement, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
No, I don't mind. Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
My question was actually to you, Mr. Mayor, because I feel like we've gotten extremely off track in this discussion. And we were actually on par to be out of here before 8 o'clock, but I guess I jinxed it when I just said it in my head. But if I wasn't mistaken, the item that you put on tonight was to potentially approve a plan to come up with security at Point Melati. And this plan may be exactly what Councilmember McLaughlin is talking about. It may have no money, like Councilmember Jimenez doesn't want to allocate to it, or it may have a whole bunch of money. We don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. The only thing we are to be debating at this moment is whether or not we want to come up with a plan.
You're right. That's all we're asking.
Okay.
That plan may or may not.
These get so far off track sometimes here. Right. I think I'm going crazy. So.
Okay, you got it. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Well, I was going to echo the same comments in reference to a plan. And that's why you're referring it to the staff to come back with a recommendation. Secondary, the city attorney should recognize and should speak to the fact that as a city, and that property being in our jurisdiction and at one time partly owned by the city, we're what they call deep pockets. Anyone get hurt out there, obviously they'll file a lawsuit against the Goodeville tribe, but they will also file a lawsuit against the city. and the city is the one who currently have the financial capacity to pay these lawsuits. I don't know what Gouda tribe's financial situation is, but I guarantee you, if someone get injured seriously out there and they've claimed that it's a neglectful situation by the city and Goudaville, we as a city are going to be held partially liable at least. So let's do the right thing. Let's protect ourselves and hear what the staff has to recommend forthcoming. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez and then McLaughlin.
Yeah, the thing is that the staff already is doing something, and we saw the presentation about the plan that they have. So he's just kind of like recommending a plan to the staff, but they had to come out today, and it seems that Mayor Bud didn't even know that the staff was going to present, and it was his item. So it seems that the staff has to present already something that we are going to ask them to do. So staff is already doing things. They presented to us why we need to have another plan or give direction for another plan when they are already doing it, and they are going to come up with some like they already say on some RFP for some contracting, and that is part. The part that I think I agree with Councilmember McLaughlin is, well, this is going to cost some money. Where is that money is going to come? And what I am saying is that the priorities should not be that we spend all the money. And I agree with Council McLaughlin that if there are some tenants there that are leasing the property and subleasing them, and there is a negotiation, maybe we can have some additional funding that can be putting into this. So it's not just the city, because it has been a complaint about how we are spending all this money in Point Mulari and no other things. So I think is worth it to look into that. But the plan is there, and the city is doing actually good work as they presented tonight. So this discussion is just, I don't see the point. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, and then
Yeah.
Martinez.
For the record, I just want to read the item, or the first part of your item. It is about funding. It says, direct the city manager or designee to prepare, execute, and fund a plan to provide effective maintenance and security. So this is indeed about funding. So we were not off track. We are talking about maybe there's an alternative way to get more funding by working and negotiating with a tenant that already has a contract on the San Pablo Peninsula, has a couple contracts. So that's where my comments were coming from.
Well, that might be part of the plan, is where the funding's coming from. Okay, Councilmember Willis.
Okay, yeah. To the city staff, I mean, do you feel like either the city manager or the presenter, do you feel like there is anything else that you can do or provide to give input on to, I don't know, is there anything you're not doing that you can further strategize around in terms of maintaining Point Mulati is a question that I'm getting at. Is there anything more you can think out any other strategies, or is this kind of redundant to the work that's already happening?
Councilman Willis, the Point Mulati Committee over 8 years did bring quite a few recommendations forward. I think one of the major risks out there is a fire concern that may not initially be the context of this item. There are fire ladders. Mayor brought up the broom and kind of the growth. So it's a very high fire severity zone. We do have a landscaping contract that deals with the basics of the main right-of-way areas, but that might be an area to work with youth in the community on how to kind of tackle this area and perhaps the developer to reduce that risk. And then as Councilman Johnson mentioned about security and the people who are hanging out and doing things out there, I think that would probably be a concern as well. And that definitely falls under the security aspect of it, besides passive and more of active security presence. So that'd be my response to your question.
Okay, no, thank you. That's actually a helpful response. And Mr. Mayor, is your idea with this item that if it were to arguably, if it did pass today, that it wouldn't come back to council for further approval in terms of the funding mechanism? We just kind of give it to staff and let them do it administratively, or they would come back to us before we made a decision on how strategies get implemented?
I think the funding would have to come back. This is not an appropriation item. It's a planning item.
Okay, yeah, well, in that case, I am not against this item. I mean, you know, it doesn't hurt to see what further things that we need to look into. And at the end of the day, if the strategy isn't good, we can discuss that and cross the bridge there. But for right now, if there are outstanding things that even staff are concerned about, I think it's worth looking into objectively. So those are my comments. Thank you, staff.
Is that a motion, Mr. Willis?
Well,
we have public speakers, otherwise I probably would have made a motion very
Vice
specific.
Mayor still has a hand up. You have another comment or question? Unmute, please.
Sorry. So what I'm hearing is that you would be willing to take off the and fund the plan, offer the direction to staff. In other words, the recommended.
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
No, I will clarify that part of the plan is funding. I said before, this is not an appropriation item. We're not allocating any funds at all. It's coming up with a plan.
Right, but any plan that we come up with is logically going to be funded. So in the language, would you be willing to have it read, direct the city manager or designate to prepare, execute a plan to provide effective maintenance and security at Point Melody?
No, because I don't want to direct the city manager to execute a plan unless we've approved the funding.
Well, we haven't approved the funding, and we can't approve the funding until we know what it is.
That's my point. It's a two-step process.
Right, which is to say that you can take off and fund the plan because we can't fund it now, and we won't. So it doesn't belong in the recommended action. Now, I want to ask staff something. Staff, do you feel that you're doing enough without direction from the city? I mean, from the council? And do you feel that you need direction from council in order to do what's necessary?
So Vice Mayor Martinez, there are a lot of needs, a lot of concerns and things that possibly could not be funded at Point Melody. I think it's important to address the most elemental issues. Security is a concern. We have active public beach park that working through the Point Melody Committee. It's open. We have active volunteers, so we appreciate their weekly efforts to keep things clean, attractive there. But the basic need is capital items. It could be building maintenance, fencing, as well as the landscaping needs. Right now, there's a basic level of funding, about $350,000 a year. That's been consistent. And we had City Manager Lindsay that looked at us attaching to the Navy fund, such as fencing and security. And as staff, we tried to do that, and that was rejected at a federal level. So I think looking at grant partners or other partners is reasonable. And I think certainly working with the community to make it a more attractive and better place, and the new development team coming in to prioritize that, will be very important. And seeing what level of funding we have now and where we need to go to meet the priorities of the community.
I appreciate that information, but you actually didn't answer my question. Let me see if I can.
So I guess a more direct response would be yes, a higher level of funding would provide a higher level of service.
Right, but you still haven't asked my question, answered my question. My question is, do you need direction from city council in order to do what you feel is important, in order for you to do what's necessary? Because staff brings many things to us without direction from council. So we're depending on you to do your job. And I don't feel that we need to direct you to do something which you're already doing.
Vice Chair Martinez, Craig, if I may. So Vice Chair Martinez, your points are well taken. I think all of the council members have made a number of good points this evening. I want to thank staff for the work that they're doing. I think city staff continue to work with the city attorney's office. This is a complex legal situation. And I want to be thoughtful about all of the items that were shared. Staff can continue to work proactively. And there is a placeholder in the budget for Point Melati related expenditures. However, we're always trying to defer costs and have the developers and others, when possible, cover those costs so we can allocate funds to best serve our community in an equitable manner. So with the discussion that's been had so far this evening, I think staff can work together internally and continue to address this issue. And most importantly, I really want to thank Craig, Gabino, and Hugo for their leadership in addressing the matters at Point Melati and being responsive. And unfortunately, I think there are a number of historic structures that have not been cared to in the manner that we would like. And that will have to be something that we continue to work on long term.
Okay, thank you. So what I hear is that staff does not need the city council to direct you because you're already doing it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will dispute that. You know, before I brought this up and put this agenda item on there, almost nothing was happening at Point Melati. No maintenance, no security, nothing. And so all of a sudden, and I appreciate it, you know, all of a sudden, staff got interested in showing that they're doing some work, but it's far from what it's going to take to actually solve the problem. So Councilmember Bates, you still have a hand up, or are you done?
Yes, I just want to indicate, I don't know why we're hassling over something that we have a fiduciary responsibility to. And I like the city attorney to speak in terms of the potential liability if we don't do anything. If someone should get injured out there, this could be a serious matter. So obviously, we're asking the staff to go forward and come back with a financial recommendation. And I don't think staff can do it unless the council is supportive of them doing it. They just don't arbitrarily do what they want to do. They want some assurance that they're doing what the council is requesting. And I'd like for the city attorney to speak to the liability if we don't do anything.
We have responsibilities under the amended judgment to maintain the property. And also as property owners, we have liabilities if property is not kept in a responsible condition. If people, potentially people are trespassing on the property when they come on the property, but you can get into issues as to whether the way the property is maintained is inviting people, is the property in a dangerous condition or not a dangerous condition. So certainly, one can't make any sort of conclusion about the specifics out there, but we have a responsibility. I think that under the amended judgment, we clearly had a responsibility to maintain the property. I think the mayor's pointed out that at times the property has not been in the proper condition, and the staff has many challenges, and so this is something that directing this attention, I think, helps us focus on what our responsibility is, and tracking the expenses and so forth has been something that we've not always done as we should. So I think the attention that has come to this, not just here, but because of the upstream Goodyville folks who have been monitoring all of this.
Okay. Okay. With that in mind and observation, I make a motion that we proceed to direct staff to evaluate, come back with a financial package that will satisfy the protection of this city from legal liability in the future.
There are public speakers.
I'll second that.
Yes, we do have public speakers. Are you ready for the public speakers, Mayor?
My motion still stands.
Yes, let's hold that motion and let's do public speakers, then we'll come back to it, okay?
Okay, I have 5 speakers. I have Mark Wasper, Deborah Bayer, Jim Hansen, Jesse Teran, Pam Costello, and Sally Tobin. Mark Wasper, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I encourage everybody to go out to Point Melody so they could go out and get injured and sue the hell out of the city. This is how stupid you people are. Ever since Richmond took over Point Melody, you've been having problems. You don't care about nothing. That's how stupid you people are. Now, after 20 years, you're crying over Point Melody. You don't have no plan. You're never going to have a plan. Tom Butt was making his millions of dollars doing backyard deals on Point Melody. That's how he got his money. And you motherfucker, you cut me off, you bitch. You ain't no good motherfucking punk. That's all you are. Is a piece of shit. You got that, motherfucker? You violated my First Amendment right, you motherfucker. I'm gonna take your fucking ass to court and sue the fuck out of you. Cause you're a punk ass bitch hiding behind a motherfucking microphone, boy. That's all you are. When you're no longer there, motherfucker, you're just gonna be a regular citizen. You punk ass motherfucker. That's what you are. I wish I would have fucking seen you back in the day. You wouldn't be doing this shit to me, motherfucker. So you better think twice next time you cut me off violating my First Amendment right, you punk ass bitch. You're a fucking criminal and you know it. That's how you made all your millions of dollars, doing dirty deals, making all that big money, because you're a criminal. You have no plan, you punk ass bitch. That's what you are. A no good backstabbing piece of fucking shit. You got that? And that no good fucking Aguado, he's too fucking stupid to go to the meetings and talk about out in public because he's too fucking stupid and Melbourne fucking retarded. He's too much of a coward to go to the meetings and hear the real questions. All he wants to do is hide behind a microphone and support these fucking businesses down on fucking 23rd Street who don't pay no money. Big business pays big money, you fucking idiot. So fuck you, butt.
The next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I was a little bemused when I saw this item on the agenda because we've never had 24/7 security at Point Melody. And I don't think one person on that acreage is going to be enough to, if somebody falls, to be there to stop his fall. And we haven't had problems with it anyway. Everybody's always been going out there at all times of the night. I think it's been historically a place for people to go when they wanted to get away. SunCal obviously didn't do anything in the last 2 years when they were supposedly responsible for it, so we didn't have to worry. And why does the mayor care about fennel right now and eucalyptus trees? Because that stuff's been growing there all the time that I've lived in Richmond, which is about 25 years. And all of a sudden, we care about fennel. And I think this is, oh, and the gates have been, those fences have been down. I walked through different parts of it when I was curious. I've driven right down into the past Winehaven because I wanted to look at where that land went and how it lay. And doesn't Bobby Winston, isn't he have is he still leasing that place? Because he's supposed to be keeping the gates closed. So one thing we could do that'd be easy is ask Bobby to close the gates. So, I mean, all this is sort of like suddenly a big problem. And whatever the real problems are, we should address them. But I don't think that we should make political hay over the fact that we didn't sell the land to SunCal. And I think that's what this is really about. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, this really is about whose responsibility this is and the money. Who pays? And Mayor, your letter says that the agreement that you worked out with the upstream and the Giddyville, that the city shall bear all expenses of maintaining and security of the property until the development areas are sold to a third party. I would like that to be explained in the next letter. That really is concerning that was the agreement that you made in this agreement. And secondly, this whole thing of selling the developable areas for $400. Now, we all know that those gates have been an issue for a long time. $400 doesn't do anything. So I think the important thing is who is responsible here for what. I don't understand why the city would be paying liability on private property owned by upstream the Giddyville for however long they do it. And secondly, the notion also of what's missing in this letter is the income that is coming from the property that we dealt with when the Point Melody Advisory Committee was there. And that needs to be reported as part of this, and it does need to be looked at. These are people you know, Mayor. I think at the time we heard that Mr. Winston was your fundraiser. So these people you can work with, and maybe Mr. Levine, you can help correct this. But also we should have a report back that this is the appropriate income to pay for whatever needs to be happening at Point Melody, and the responsibilities need to be as clear as possible, although it may be very impossible with the settlement agreement that was done. So I look forward to some real clarifications.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Teran. Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jesse Teran, if you could please unmute yourself.
I unmuted myself. Okay, so first of all, I would like to congratulate Mark Wasberg because I think he actually found a way to bring Republicans and Democrats together on an issue, which was just, I never thought I'd see that. Secondly, the fact that this is going on right now, the fact that you're talking about spending money on security at Point Melate is infuriating when there's so many homeless people that you have promised to help and that no help is coming to. You could take the homeless, put them at Point Melate, and this issue would be solved. You could say, okay, we're going to use the homeless to clean the beaches. We're going to, use the homeless to fix these houses up. We're going to use the homeless for security, and you wouldn't have this issue anymore. So, thirdly, what beach have you gone to? What park have you gone to that has security wandering around it? There are none. My feeling is that Mayor Tom, there's a hidden agenda here, and that's why this issue was brought up. There's something going on here that is not being transparent, that there's a reason why all of a sudden he's focusing on this. Go figure. I mean, Who would have thunk Tom Butt do something like that? But it's like, look at past behavior if you want to know future behavior. Something is going on with this. There's some way that Tom Butt stands to profit if we do this. So yeah, okay, fine. If you want to do security, fine, but use a problem to fix a problem. Use the people that need housing to patrol the houses. Use the houses and they won't be standing empty and you won't need security. And if you put the homeless in those houses.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Pam Stello. I'm a Richmond resident. I was on the Point Melati Community Advisory Committee. These photos could have been taken a decade ago, and a couple were so familiar, I wonder if perhaps they were, but this is nothing to the staff. I appreciate all the staff work that was done. I just ask, why waste staff money and time now? East Bay Regional Park District has $4 million from WW funds, overwhelmingly supported by Richmond residents, and 36 million from the state. If the park district buys the property, then this is no longer an issue. So why would we spend the money now before we see where this all goes? The mayor negotiated the settlement deal with the millionaire Jim Levine with a $400 price tag for Levine and no obligation for maintenance of the property and security. If you, Mr. Mayor, are not requiring Jim Levine to maintain the buildings while he owns the property, please don't put these costs on Richmond. Renegotiate with Jim Levine. And if the parties don't agree, go to the judge who can amend the judgment. And when the parties do not agree, Richmond cannot afford these costs. Leading up to this point, part of the problem is these obligations were sole sourced to the mayor's fundraiser, Bobby Winston, who was leasing the property. Is he still? This arrangement with the mayor's fundraiser was, instead of hiring a professional management company, as was recommended by the Point Melati Community Advisory Committee that was soon after disbanded by the mayor, and the professional property manager, Mark Howe, who said in his study session that for the council that if a property management company were hired, the income could cover the cost of security and maintenance at Point Melati, which, by the way, are far lower than the mayor has outlined this evening, and produce a large surplus for the general fund. But this was never pursued. Instead, Bobby Winston took over. Please investigate this questionable contract with Bobby Winston that has left the property in such a state. Investigate renegotiating with Levine and appealing to the judge, and move forward the sale of the property so this is no longer an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. Yes, Point Melati needs attention, but this agenda item seems premature. First, because of the mayor's original settlement agreement, the city is protecting deteriorated buildings and acres of open land that belong to a new owner. Apparently, the mayor wants the city council to clean up the mess that he created. Second, Richmond has been allowing Point Melati to deteriorate for many years, long before SunCal. Such complaints have been made for years and ignored. So why is there a panic now? Third, the agenda item pushes the council to choose between the false alternatives of either claiming financial hardship to the zoning administrator or using the city funds to address the deferred upkeep. So why would Richmond use city funds to increase the value of property that has just been transferred to the failed casino developers, particularly at a time when negotiations with the East Bay Regional Park District are just being initiated? We need more information. I encourage the council to undertake a detailed financial and legal analysis of the entire situation, including the rentals and leases, and to look at options. For instance, historic preservation designations can be renegotiated. Contracts can be renegotiated. As presented, this item is superficial and may not have the best interests of the city or of Point Melati at heart. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, I'm gonna exercise the prerogative of the author of this item to move it and clarify that this is not funding anything. It's simply asking for staff to prepare a plan and bring it back to the city council. So that's my motion. I hope you'll second it, Councilmember Bates.
I second.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, let's vote.
A
Councilmember
quick
Bates.
clarification, just for the record. This is to have staff come up with a plan and bring it back to the council before any action is taken, correct?
Well, certainly before any action that costs any extra money.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Point of clarification. So you are saying that you are taking and fund the plan out of the
What?
motion?
They're taking.
You're taking out and fund.
I'm clarifying that the plan will have to include funding. We can't have a plan that doesn't.
Well, it's obvious, but this states that we will fund the plan.
No, I'm telling you, this is not an authorization to fund a plan.
Well, then it should be taken. It should be taken out of the recommendation.
No, a plan.
Yes.
A plan
It needs to be taken out.
If you don't like it, vote against it.
All right.
Okay. So let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Council Members Jimenez, McLaughlin, and Vice Mayor Martinez voting no.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So the next item is item Y, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports. Does anybody have a report to make?
I would like to report going to the League of Cities conference over Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It was, I saw the mayor there at a section on homelessness. I also attended a section on using ARPA funds and another one on the surplus land use. There were a lot of others, but those were the highlights for me, as well as the expo. I talked to a lot of vendors who could provide solutions for the city of Richmond.
Okay, I also attended the League of California Cities Conference, and I received a Beacon Award to the city for our micro mobility initiatives. And if I were in the council chamber, I would show it to you, but I will bring it to City Hall next time I'm there. Anyone else? Okay, that brings us to.
I have a quick announcement, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to invite the entire community out to this Saturday. Reset Richmond, a new nonprofit here in the city, is hosting Black Family Day from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Nickel Park. Hosted by yours truly on the microphone, but most definitely would love to see the community come out. It is Black Family Day, but you don't have to be Black to come out and celebrate and be with us in the family. So looking forward to it. And once again, that is Saturday, September 17th, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Nickel Park.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
I just wanted to acknowledge that from 11 to 1 in North Richmond, there's a tribute in honoring the late Dr. Henry Clark, who was a significant contributor to the city of Richmond and the West Country Costa County area.
Okay, and I want to adjourn the meeting in memory of.
Actually, I have one other thing.
And I have one more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I have one more I wanted to share. I think we need to take our hats off to fellow council member Nathaniel Bates for this week reaching another landmark year. So on Friday, he will become wiser as well as more handsome.
He doesn't look a year older to me.
It's actually funny, Vice Mayor Martinez, because I wanted to shout out and recognize Councilmember Bates. I'm not sure if folks were familiar, but over the break, Councilmember Bates traveled out of the country up north to Canada to be inducted into the Baseball
Right.
Hall of Fame. So I'm not sure if folks know we have a Hall of Fame baseball player on the council with us as well. So I just wanted to recognize that, that achievement. Yes.
Well, the question is, do I get more respect in the future?
Are you kidding me?
Is your first name Rodney?
Yeah.
Okay, I was in the process of an adjournment announcement. I'd like to adjourn this in memory of Jan Figley, wife of Jerry Figley. They were both in the real estate business for decades in Richmond and were well-known business persons and community persons. Are there any other memorials anybody wants to put on?
Yeah, this one is long since passed, but I don't believe we had a council meeting since then. But I also wanted to adjourn in memory of Marvin Webb as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, everyone. At exactly 8:30, we are adjourned. Enjoy your evening.
Good night,
everybody.
Good, everyone.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Have a good one.